One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
If nothing changes, if oversight is not tightened, if incentives are not changed, spending on these programs will only continue to increase with no commensurate increase in either public good or public confidence in our governing institutions. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony for the record. I look forward to answering what questions I can.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Rarick for her opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. For the record, my name is Marion Rarick, and I am currently serving in the Minnesota House of Representatives in House District 29B. I am a member on the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee, which was recently formed in January of 25. I was first asked to serve on the committee on January 4th, and soon after, the 5 Republican members began to meet. During one of those discussions, I was asked to reach out to the Department of Human Services whistleblowers on X, now called Minnesota Staff Fraud Reporting Commentary. I had been following them in the previous year. I reached out through a direct tweet on X on January 16th, and the very same day I got a response back that yes, they would be willing to speak to the Fraud Prevention Committee. Since that first contact, Chair Robbins and I and Representative Hudson have had multiple conference calls with them, and we have had one in-person meeting. At that meeting, they were both former and current employees. I've continued to message with them very often, sometimes daily, and their collective message has been completely consistent. Instead of focusing on fraudsters, DHS leadership instead focused its surveillance on employees. Since then, their expressed fear of retaliation has intensified under an avalanche of fraud in Minnesota. Their numbers have grown from 480 DHS employees, both current and former, to over 1,000 across multiple state agencies. They have told me repeatedly how grateful they are to the House Fraud Prevention Committee for focusing our attention on fraud in the state programs, using their inside information while keeping them completely protected. They have explained that they live in a constant state of fear of retaliation. One only has to look at what happened to Faye Bernstein to understand why. In a very recent Newsweek article dated December 13th of 25, Ms. Bernstein, a former compliance specialist, stated, Minnesota DHS functions in the opposite manner as you would think. Employees who suggest improvements or, heaven forbid, report fraud then face significant retaliation. The messenger is shot. In 2019, Bernstein said she alerted Minnesota DHS officials to sloppy contracting practices that were not legally compliant. But it's not what most people would even consider fraud. She says she was later escorted out of the building, faced lengthy investigation, got trespassed from all DHS owned and leased properties, and received involuntary transfer to another state agency. So she says, so today if someone asks me, should I report fraud within DHS, I say no, no, no. It is career suicide plus a whole lot more. So let's talk about that plus a whole lot more. In our face-to-face meetings with a group of whistleblowers, they revealed that retaliation now includes threats of being fired with cause, which means you do not get unemployment insurance in the state of Minnesota, being blacklisted from all state agencies, and I would note most likely our largest counties as well, which are Democrat-run. And then there was a veiled threat of the use of military intelligence against them. They later informed me that it was discovered that in some targeted employees or suspected whistleblowers' personnel files were pictures of their homes and their cars. They also described that supervisors asked them questions about their families that to them felt like a threat. One example was, we need to know where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are. I will also note that whistleblowers we spoke to described many times that DHS used surveillance programs, chats, and other communications, looking for keywords like fraud, double billing, underspending, and overpayments. One example that the whistleblowers let me know about Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. April 12th, 2024. Flanagan comes to a DHS Health and Human Services Equity Conference at the Heritage Center and Brooklyn Center. On stage, Flanagan acknowledges the X account and the fraud concerns it raised and publicly denounced the X users and called them weirdos and losers sitting in their mother's basement. This was in a public setting with hundreds of participants and it elicited gasps among the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Ballou for his opening statement.
Thank you. My name is Brennan Ballou. I'm a former federal prosecutor and a native Minnesotan. Like all Minnesotans, like all Americans who have heard this story, I am deeply distressed by the fraud on the state's social service programs. Most notably, in 2022, the Department of Justice indicted 47 people for stealing an estimated $246 million in funds meant to feed children during the COVID-19 pandemic. As late as 2025, 78 people have been indicted as part of the scheme and 56 have pleaded guilty. More recently, the department has charged over a dozen people for stealing $14 million from a program meant for children with autism and millions more from a program meant to help disabled Minnesotans maintain stable housing. This is heartbreaking for several reasons. At the most basic level, money meant for the neediest among us, the hungry, the disabled, the destitute, was stolen. I fear that skepticism of Minnesota's social safety net, one of the things that makes the state great, will grow, and it will be harder to fund these programs in the future. And I fear that the actions of a few people will be used to demonize an entire population of Somali and East African Minnesotans who overwhelmingly have made the state more vibrant, more diverse, and more prosperous. I also fear the selective interest in fraud in America. At the same time that these crimes are rightly being investigated by state and federal authorities, the larger infrastructure for prosecuting fraud and white-collar crime is being dismantled. Let me give you a few examples. In February 2025, the Department of Justice paused enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery and criminal violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which, as the name suggests, prohibits acting as a secret agent of a foreign power. Between February and April of last year, the department disbanded its Klepto Capture Task Force, which enforced sanctions against Russian oligarchs, and the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. And last year, the department forced out most of the lawyers of the Public Integrity Section, which prosecutes crimes by government officials, announced plans to dismantle the Tax Division, which prosecutes tax evasion, and shuttered the FBI task force that investigated congressional misconduct. More than just dismantling infrastructure for pursuing violations of the law, the government is, for favored defendants, appearing to enable it. In 2024, the Justice Department indicted Andrew Wiederhorn, the CEO of a casual fast food chain, for allegedly stealing $47 million from his own company. After his business donated $100,000 to the Trump inaugural committee, his case was dropped, and the line-level prosecutor on his case was fired. In 2021, the department sued Boeing for deceiving the government about the software that caused 2 plane crashes, killing 346 people. After donating $1 million to the inaugural committee, Boeing negotiated a favorable deferred prosecution agreement that the judge overseeing the case said, quote, fails to secure the necessary accountability to ensure the safety of the flying public. But he felt compelled by precedent to accept it nevertheless. The examples continue. Banks that contributed to the inaugural committee had litigations against them for violating consumer financial protection laws dropped, and so too did cryptocurrency companies that were investigated and sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission and who contributed to the inaugural committee. Crucially, those crypto companies that did not donate to the committee or other affiliated entities remain defendants of the government. The scale of these frauds involve millions stolen and hundreds killed, and yet they have received a fraction of the attention of the fraud that happened in Minnesota. This concerns me because we are both dismantling our infrastructure for fighting fraud and providing a roadmap for how those fraudsters who are prosecuted can buy their way out of justice. While we need to pursue the fraud we're seeing in Minnesota's social safety programs for all the reasons I said, because it is the weakest among us who are being harmed, we cannot selectively show an interest in fraud. If we do, we put some people, the very powerful and the very rich, beyond the reach of the law. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements. We'll now begin the questioning portion of the hearing, and our chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing so expeditiously. We all know this is an important issue, not just in terms of welfare fraud, but also immigration more broadly. So we appreciate it, and thank you for the witnesses for taking the time to come here. I want to start with you, Mr. Ballew. Again, thank you for being here. Let me ask you, does large-scale Somali immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority...
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using the phrase-
Non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question,
Go
when
for
you're
it.
using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotan as any of us. They were born in the United States. It's only 8,000 of the 108,000 Somalis.
And nevertheless, the welfare usage is astoundingly different. Let me ask you again, does that make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Again, I'd like the opportunity to answer the question here.
Go for
So, again, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are born in the United States, as I understand it.
Okay, well, what percentage of working-age Somalians who have been in the U.S. for 10 years or more, how many of them speak English very well?
I don't know.
About half. The answer is about half. That seems pretty low, doesn't it?
Again, I keep trying
It
to
doesn't sound like something that makes our country stronger to me, and I think most Americans would agree with me on that. I need to move on. Ms. Robbins, when would you say we concretely knew that widespread welfare fraud was occurring in Minnesota?
There have been reports since 2009 from the Office of Legislative Auditor. I would say the credible reports on child care fraud started surfacing 2011 to 2013.
So for over a decade.
Yes, sir.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very beginning. He was running for governor in 2018 when there were prosecutions going on, when there was an OLA report, active cases in the news all the time.
And what was the Walz administration's response?
They actually did nothing when they got into office, and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan had been on the committee in the legislature that had hearings on child care fraud, and when they got into office, they did put $5 million into a little more money, but nothing changed.
But nothing. And let me ask you, Mr. Hudson, thank you for being here. Did those who commit this fraud, do they typically vote for Republicans or Democrats, in your opinion?
In my opinion, thank you for qualifying it like that, I would say they most definitely overwhelmingly vote for Democrats.
Do they typically donate to Republicans or Democrats?
Not to my knowledge. They
In your
don't
opinion?
donate to Republicans, they donate to Democrats, in my opinion, yes.
Got it. So would you say this is the Somali population is an important demographic for Democrats to win over politically?
Unquestionably.
Got it. And do you think it would have hurt Democrats' political standing with the Somali population to investigate this fraud?
Very clearly.
Got it. So in other words, you're saying that there was a political incentive to cover up widespread Somali fraud. Is that right?
100%.
Got it. Let me ask all three of you. Did the Walz administration and Democrats intentionally, in your opinion, overlook this fraud while it was happening for political gain? I'll start with you, Ms. Robbins.
Absolutely. We have credible whistleblower reports that the Department of Human Services administration up to the OIG and the commissioner met with a group called the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association multiple times, and that they were trying to weaken protections. We wanted,
Right.
we had several changes we wanted to do, and they opposed all of them.
And Mr. Hudson and Ms. Rarick, and then my time is up.
I would agree.
Absolutely. The whistleblowers confirm it.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. I just want to just be very clear that a vast majority of those Somali
Okay, you've been watching this hearing that it gets underway. It's the first one where Minnesota fraud, of which $9 billion in taxpayer dollars, federal taxpayer dollars, is being investigated. That is the chairman, James Comer. This hearing just getting underway. Several witnesses from Minnesota came in and said, yes, we have been trying to get attention on this for the last several years.
Yeah, it's been, some people knew it in the state.
All right, so good morning. I wanted to bring that to you, but we're running into a number of different things that are happening concurrently. Just want to let you guys know. What we have is this hearing that's going on in Minnesota, actually in Washington, about the Minnesota fraud, which they're going to do their normal 5 minutes here, 5 minute there circus. I'm glad Fox cut it as a Democrat was getting on, because we know what's going to happen. So it's 10:43. We got that going on. We have a press conference going on right now with Mike Johnson as well. And then I got my show stuff to bring to you. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on, a whole lot of stuff happening. And so while they're cut away, I think I'll just jump into into my stuff. What do you think about that? We'll just go there. So let me preface what I'm going to be talking about today, and perhaps I can get like 15 minutes in before she starts. Starting now. Give myself a little cue if I have to cut it. I think I've stumbled on what exactly is happening. I believe that I have now found out what the heck is going on with the Democrat Party. Something has been going on for some time. It didn't feel quite right, especially if you're a guy. You probably said, this doesn't seem right. Why are they cutting off guys' junks? Why are they trying to convince guys to become women? Why are they doing everything, it seems, to quell what makes a man a man? Why are they trying to make everything toxic masculinity? Because that was the plan all along. There are certain things I'm really good at, and there's certain things I'm not good at. And one of the things that I'm not good at, and I've never been good at, is putting a puzzle together. I couldn't even put puzzles together when Ashley was a little girl because it just doesn't work that way for me. Which is kind of weird because when I'm doing software and editing videos and I try to put a story together, I can do that. But for some reason, seeing pieces of things over here and over there didn't make any sense to me. But now I'm starting to get a sense of what's going on. It took me a long time because it's so foreign to me. I bet it's foreign to many of you men out there. It's probably foreign to a lot of you women who are used to being around alpha males. We haven't seen this many beta cucks running wild in the jungle here as we're seeing these days, as evidenced by that one attorney from Minnesota that's trying to cover up for the Somalis. Somalis are great. How many of them are welfare? I don't know. Then you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just coalescing, you're bowing, you're taking the knee. You don't want to have the friction. We need the Somalis because, I don't know, I can't do certain things and the Somalis are very virile or something. The people that they're courting, you find it interesting that the people that they want to import into our country, whether they're Somalians, whether they're Iranians, whether they're other nationalities, these are people who are male-oriented societies. Has it ever crossed your mind in that regard? The people who are coming from some of those, countries over there are heavily male-dominant, which is why they're going crazy in Sweden and in Italy and doing the crazy things they're doing. Venezuela, that's why Tres Leches did the stuff that they do. They're heavily male. They're very aggressive, very territorial. They find the most evil ways that they possibly can to do away with somebody. I mean, you imagine being in a gang and you say, hey, listen, we want to get rid of this rival gang member. Well, let's just toss him off a bridge or, put something in the back of his head. Not these people. They want to completely annihilate your body and leave nothing. I'm not trying to be disgusting, but I'm trying to point out that at the same time that they're trying to diminish the male species in America, they are importing dominant males. And it finally clicked in my head a couple days ago when I was watching this whole Maduro thing. And I'm realizing everything about what happened with Maduro, everything goes against what they stand for and what they want. They don't want people to be encouraged to be masculine. I don't know if you've ever thought about it. You're importing people from third world countries who are completely male dominated, who will eviscerate people who, carry that purple looking flag. They throw them off roofs. And I thought to myself, why would you bring these people here? And why would these people be protesting in the street wearing their flags and their scarves, knowing that they would pull that nose ring out of your face and they wouldn't care what came off with it? Why are these women talking and making statements about how everything from George, they're always in the street. They could never do that back in the other countries. Look for yourself. Look for yourself and see how over-dominantly male these societies are, while at the same time they're trying to clip the nuts of American men and boys. Literally. And as I started digging and doing some research, and I'm like, am I going to be able to talk about this today without getting censored? So I'm going to have to probably use some innuendos here because I think I stumbled upon something. So I want to show you. Let's at least start. And listen to this.
It is not worth responding to all or most of the crazy things that Trump officials say, but this one we have to deal with for a minute.
The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world.
But
that
are you
saying since the beginning of time?
That's Stephen Miller, the most powerful policy voice in the White House.
All right, so before he goes, did Stephen Miller say anything wrong? We are living in a world that's governed by power. We are living in a world where other countries look at who they can take over and who they can't mess with. We're living in a world of complete male dominance. Yes, there are some women leaders in some of these countries, but they are run in terms of the military and things of that nature. You want your badass people out there. You want to make sure your dog is bigger than the other dog. And so Stephen Miller was absolutely correct. That is what we do. Not just because we're Americans, but that's because we want to make sure if you take a swing at us, we can take a swing at you. And sometimes taking a swing at you might be to our advantage to do it first. That's not how we've been governed lately. We have completely been supplicant. We have been completely acquiescing to the means and whims of other dictators and other leaders. Just don't hurt me. And now we have a president who's completely testosterone based and saying it ain't gonna happen. And we brought in somebody like Pete Hegseth, which now it also makes sense why they were so upset with him. If you remember back into his confirmation hearings, they kept talking about how, he was sleeping with women. He went to a conference and he at 4 o'clock in the morning, the chick came to his room. He did the bump fuzzy with her. And most guys were like, okay, what's your point? What exactly is your point? They even made up stuff to sound bad. Went all the way back to Brett Kavanaugh's high school days. He was at a kegger and he was with some chicks. And most normal guys went, yeah. What are you saying? He shouldn't be a judge because he went to a party with some chicks and then you made up some other story to go along with it. Hey, did you like beer? Remember that? Do you like beer? Did you used to go to keg parties? I'm sorry, I didn't know when I was a sophomore and junior in high school, it was going to dictate the rest of my life because I went to a keg party and I was checking out chicks. It's been going on for quite some time. And so now Pete Buttigieg, the guy who put on fake breasts so he could nurse the poor kid that's got to sit between he and his buddy, is having a problem because Stephen Miller is talking about some seriously toxic masculinity.
Saying that we live in a world where might makes right and whoever can beat up somebody else is going to get their way. This flies.
Yeah. That has been the nature of animals forever. Do you understand what he just said? He is trying to change the entire aspect of species. You're telling me that the one who can fight the best is going to be the one who's going to be, in charge. Go ahead and turn on the Discovery Channel. Yes, we walk, we have clothes, we eat dignified, unless, of course, you're, Mandami, then you eat like an animal anyway. But we're still animals. It's in our DNA. Well, most of our DNAs. I don't know what the hell happened to some of these people in the experiments that you people are making. But yeah, the big dog is the one who runs the pack. I didn't make it up. I didn't create that. You got a problem, you got to take it up with the big man. The big man, God. You got to take it up with him. They gave us this. They bestowed upon us this DNA, this testosterone, this chromosome. It wasn't you. It wasn't anything that was manufactured on Earth. It was provided. We were born this way. And every single species is the same for the most part. There's a few where, like the queen bee will, sting and kill you after she does you. But for the most part, turn on a Discovery Channel. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Hey, what do they, I see what they're doing. And then I'm seeing them fight. The other day, Robin and I were out on our deck, and I'm like watching these ducks. And she's like, are they mating? I'm like, I don't think they're mating. These ducks were fighting because they wanted to be with the chickie duck. And then I had to look up on Google. I said, well, ducks fight to the death? Did you ever think that you'd be watching Daffy Duck and realize that Daffy Duck was a violent duck? Until you see two ducks fight, you ain't seeing anything. We're sitting there, standing there looking at each other going, are those ducks fighting? Yeah, he was trying to kill the other duck to show off and take care of the lady duck. He didn't have to be taught that. The other one that was fighting him didn't have to be taught. I either got to fight or I'm going to die. Or I'm going to run away, which is, probably what Pete Buttigieg wants.
In the face of the whole point of what we have learned as a country and as a species, especially in the 20th century. One of America's greatest accomplishments was leading humanity out of that into...
That's an accomplishment? Now are you seeing it? Barry wasn't making it up. Now are you seeing it? They are saying that it is an accomplishment that they stopped masculinity. This guy was in our government, fake boobies and everything. And now they're telling you that it was our intention to stop it. That's not who we are anymore. We don't let the bigger dog decide what's going to happen, which is probably a surprise to many of you men and probably a surprise to many of you women. Because I'm pretty sure when you're laying in bed at night and you hear something rustling around outside, it's pretty much the elbow to the ribs. Honey, go check it out. Honey, go do something. Honey, the alarm went off. I've had that nudge. That's nothing. Don't worry about it. No, go see what it is. Why do I got to go see what it is? Because you're the man. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Hey, how come we don't have enough money? Well, I'm working on something. I'm hoping it's going to turn out. Oh, that ain't going to be good enough. I can be poor on my own. Get your ass out there and find us some money. Hunter-gatherer. That term wasn't made up by me. Hunter-gatherer. Look it up. Look at the old caveman walking around with the club. I go out to hunt. I go get food. I'll bring it back. You cook it and have babies. This has been insidious. And it just came to me. I don't know. Maybe I was slow to it. Like I said, I didn't do puzzles, but I heard this and I went, wait a second. Wait, now it all makes sense. We tried to change all that. That's not who we are anymore.
To a world where values and rules matter at least as much as brute force.
No, it has never mattered as much as brute force, because brute force enforces the damn rules. Don't come across this line. Don't jump this fence. Don't enter my house without being invited. Oh, you did it anyway? Now the brute force overtakes that rule. You broke the rule. It does not mean the same. It is never going to be equal values and rules versus brute force. Brute force makes sure the rules get enforced. These people have emaciated or tried to emaciate an entire generation. And again, as you're hearing this guy talk, you now realize this was the administration. And it gets me so heated because I have a grandson, and even when Ashley's having problems with him, it's the nature. He's a young boy growing into being a man. He's 6'4", 240 pounds, full of testosterone and rage. He's 16. I told Ashley, I said, get used to it. More coming. I can attest to it. You're just seeing the front end. You're seeing the front end of a 6'4", 240 pound 16-year-old going, this feels good. I can assert myself. Nobody taught him that. There was no manual and said, okay, when you turn 16, you're going to try to be Billy Badass until mom whoops your behind or dad takes you out to the woodshed, but you can't really stop it from happening. You're going to try and test your parents. You're going to try and test all the people around you. Nobody taught you that. Nobody taught me that. I know there's a lot of guys right now watch this going, yeah, that was me. I'm big man now. And then I hear this limp-wristed you-know-what talking about we shouldn't be this way. And then it dawned on me that's what they were trying to do.
And dragging us into the past with that kind of ideological bullshit will make Americans less safe.
When have you ever felt less safe with an imposing, defensive, aggressive man around you? Bro, I don't know what you're married to, and maybe you're the receiver and not the, I don't know. But everything you're saying now is what they've been trying to infect young boys with. And I've never heard it put this way, in the open anyways, the way he's doing it right here. And letting us know that they don't want men being men. And I'm not trying to be misogynistic. I'm not trying to demean women and women that are head of households. And there's been a lot of women like my mom. When you get divorced, you have to assume both roles. And my mom was a mongoose. My mother was a pit bull. She had to exhibit male tendencies to try and keep me in order and try to keep me from being completely nuts. Many of you guys who maybe were raised by single moms or grandmoms, that hey, you might seem like you're big badass outside this house, but when you get here, I'm still in charge, and all of your testosterone and aggressiveness, and you'd look at this woman who's half your size and and you would just cow down. But that's because it's your mom or your grandmom or somebody. They never try to eviscerate you, though. Even when my mom was trying to discipline me because she was too small, she could never, once I became 12, she couldn't exhibit any physical domination. Then she went to the psychological thing, but she never tried to diminish me as a young man. These people are trying to take that away from men.
It doesn't have to be this way.
And I'm not kidding. And so now I'm going to show you a byproduct of that kind of thinking and why we may be looking at being in the kind of trouble we're looking at right now. Listen to this, and you will see a guy who's of the same affliction of Pete Buttigieg completely tuck his stuff between his legs and have no clue what the hell he's talking about.
I want you to give me one example of socialism you think working well somewhere.
A good example of socialism working well somewhere, this is a really, really cool question. I think of Cuba in particular, very, very high literacy rate, number one. Number two, extremely strong commitment to public health.
Cuba. She asked him, can you tell me a place where socialism works? And Mr. Light and the Loafers here says, Cuba. Cuba? Obviously, this man has never been to Miami. He has never talked to anybody who's Cuban. He thinks Cuban is something to aspire to be. It's the model. Cuba. And this woman sitting next to him, Brandy Cruz, I believe her name is, she's easier on him than I would be. I would have been full attack on him at that point. I don't think I could have held back when somebody said, Cuba is a good example. But her facial expressions does worse than punching him in the face.
So that's one example that I can think of that would resonate with pretty much anybody in our state who cares about education or healthcare. Would you disagree with that?
People flee on makeshift rafts and die in the ocean to flee Cuba for the United States.
Yeah, and I think that is something that absolutely we have to be sensitive to, but you...
Dude, people I know have gotten in bathtubs, rafts, wood, cars, anything to get the hell away from Cuba. Which tells you on the flip side of that, if you have to try and escape from a country, then you also have a country that tries to make you stay where you are. You can't leave. As she's talking to him, I'm thinking to myself, you got to be digesting this, right? You have to be digesting the fact that people are trying and have been trying to escape that country for decades. And at the same time, conversely, the country that you are holding up tries to keep people in there. What kind of good country tries to keep you prisoner? And I'm telling you right now, you will not believe his answer.
Asked me about institutions that are working really, really well.
I asked you about places socialism is working, and you chose a country that people will risk their lives to flee from to this country. There's a reason for that, Sean.
There was a revolution in Cuba. That is correct.
They still do it to this day.
Right.
They show up on the beaches of Miami.
Right.
Because they would rather be here and would risk their lives in shark-infested water to flee the country that you just gave me an example of.
And if the situation were reversed, the injuries and the ailments that they sustain as a result of migrating to a place where they believe that they're going to be better off, I believe that they could be treated in a much better way than American healthcare facilities are currently able to treat people. So that's one example that I can think.
So if they try to escape on a raft that they built, I don't know, in the woods, and they come across the Caribbean and they're attacked by sharks, it would be better to send them back to Cuba because that country has better health care. What the hell are we talking about, people? What the hell are we talking about? We are no longer talking about normal men. We are no longer talking about a normal society. The Democrats are just gone. We are never going to be a united country again. I think at this point, you all have to just understand that. They're never coming back. You can't fix this stupidity. And he's not making it up. He fully 100% believes it. 100%. He believes if they escape, they should be allowed to go back to Cuba after they got bitten by the shark.
Of socialism working very well in public health and in education.
All right.
I love how they put it up there. She dies inside, because there's nothing we can talk to these people about. It's just incredible. It's insane. There's really nothing we can discuss with these people. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. In any event, we're waiting for Karoline to come up. It is now 11:10. She has not come on yet, so let me take some comments. But before I do that, let me tell you where do I got to go to? I got to go to button 55. Button 55 would be about krill oil. So let's tell you about krill oil. Swollen limbs, joint pain, inflammation, brain fog like that guy has, even faster aging skin. These are all signs that your circulation and inflammation levels may not be where they should be. Before you reach for that bottle of pills, flip it around and read the list of potential side effects. For a lot of folks, especially as we get older, that stuff can be rough, and it only masks the problem. It doesn't fix it. It doesn't actually support the root cause. But researchers keep pointing to one thing that does help: an Antarctic super nutrient your body uses every single day. I'm talking about omega-3 fatty acids, especially from wild-caught krill. It's a fish. Native Path Antarctic Krill Oil delivers omega-3s in the phospholipid form that your body actually absorbs. That means real support for healthy circulation, heart function, brain health, and joint comfort. And here's what people love: it's gentle enough for everyday use and doesn't come with any of the weird side effects. No fishy burps, even though it's from the sea. It's more like a shellfish type thing instead of a fish, but you don't get any of that fishy burpy stuff. There's no heaviness, just clean, easy omega-3 support. Some folks report results in as little as 4 days. And it's something that you can take daily to support long-term wellness. Just go to getkrill.com/Barry. Native Path is giving all the people here at Fanfare a special deal at a fraction of retail price and free shipping today. Again, that link is getkrill.com/Barry. She may be getting ready to come on here in a second. Let me take a quick break.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hey, listen, I'm getting texts like this, and it says, Barry, the hearing on Minnesota fraud is now airing on C-SPAN. Yes, I understand that. As I started the show this morning, there is so much going on. You got the Mike Johnson press conference, which I believe has ended as of now, but Karoline Leavitt's supposed to be coming up here at any second. She's, at this point, 13 minutes late. And then, of course, we have the hearing. So I'm trying to be judicious in time and trying to figure out what we should run or what I can actually cover during that period of time. So if I went to that hearing and then we'd have to jump off of that and come right back on to, the press conference at any minute. So I'm trying to juggle all this news. So what I can do is, after her press conference, instead of going back in my show, I can basically take that tonight and then bring that back. I don't know. There's just so much going on. I wake up in the morning and I try to plan things. And as of right now, the primary thing for us to show was the press conference. By the way, let me tell you a little bit about the press conference. RFK Jr. is going to be on here. He's going to be talking about probably the vaccines and things that they've changed. In addition, Brooke Rollins is going to be on here. So there's going to be, and I guarantee you, there are going to be a whole bunch of questions about Maduro and what's going on in Venezuela. So I'm trying to juggle all of this news at the same time. Let me see. I can't really mess with anything right now because she's due up any second. And if I put on the hearing or configure things to put on the hearing, it may change and then I have to flip right back out of it. So basically what I'm doing is trying to buy time for Karoline to say, come on, Karoline, get out here. We're all waiting. And that's what's going on. So I understand that hearing is going on. I understand it's theater. I mean, I really believe it's theatrical because nothing of that is going to matter. The Democrats have already said there's no evidence. They're going to say the Somalis are great people. You're not going to miss anything but BS. But they've got something going on right now. Let me go ahead and put this on.
But now he's got a new problem. There are growing calls for him to resign as federal agents are now in his state. They've descended there. They are talking with people like the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, and others who were close to the process of bilking the taxpayers. And the Somali community caught up in all this, too, and finding so much out about what role they play in electing a man like Governor Walz. So much to get to.
The amount of fraud in Minnesota is unprecedented. It's incredible what we've found.
So it's not going away. There is going to be a lot more coverage about this in Minnesota. I personally don't like those hearings because what's going to happen is people are going to, they have 5 minutes with this person and 5 minutes with this person, 5 minutes with the Republican, 5 minutes with the Democrat. And they turn into sideshows. But I will show it as soon as we figure out what she's going to be doing up here. We do see that the podium is lit up and they're ready, but she has not walked out as of yet, so I'm waiting on that. Somebody said you can't plan with the Trump administration. That guy. Cuba, he just showed he knows nothing. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Let's see. Iran is now having problems as well. I'm going to get into that. If I have time to get into the Iranian stuff, I will. There's just so many. I'm probably, by now, you've also probably heard about the tanker. They've seized another tanker. I mean, there's just so much happening. I feel like I need two of me and two different, studio things. I can go into the other room and put on, it's just too much. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Barry, you're not wrong exactly how you say. It is. The only good, it says here, no more hearings. Let's see them in handcuffs. We have these hearings in the courtroom. Exactly. That's what I pretty much had said to myself like a week ago. I'm done with the testimonies. I'm done with the hearings. They don't matter at all. Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to change. And you can count on it. They're going to spend 2-3 hours in there going back and forth and talking. You'll see all the clips on X. And today's Wednesday, and tomorrow you will wake up and nothing will have changed. Nothing. Nobody is going to be quickly indicted. Right now, DHS is performing all kinds of arrests. There's 2,000 arrests so far. I heard Kristi Noem say, and you'll probably hear it when she comes back on. Yeah, exactly. Imagine how busy President Trump is. Robin and I were talking about that last night. And we were talking about if I feel so discombobulated covering this guy, How must the people in the media feel when he says, hey, we're going to go on air in like 10 minutes? I'm like, wait a minute, I'm just eating lunch someplace. I'm across town. I got to drop and just drive over there. I think it's almost on purpose. I think he keeps these people on their toes on purpose. And right now you're seeing a news cycle where you used to be able to take news from a couple of days ago and still talk about it. And things change so quickly. Like today, you wake up, who's talking about January 6th? Everything that they try to make an issue is no longer an issue a couple hours later. It's all theater. And everything they're doing is just trying to put up speed bumps in front of President Trump. And you got Pete Buttigieg making videos about how, we shouldn't be like, toxic men. And then what did they do? They dropped onto a ship and took control of it. They understand, and let me just say this for a second. You have heard how the enrollment and people signing up for the military is skyrocketing. Not surprised. You can't be surprised. You can't be surprised because guys want to be guys. They want to go kick butt. They don't want their patriotism diminished. They don't want their masculinity diminished. If I was younger, I would probably sign up. Robin, love you. Gotta go. That coming back to America might be non-existent or less existent on X, but it's absolutely what's going on. Looks like she's coming out. So I'm trying to gauge two different things. Let me show you this while I look over here.
Actual number is, the full scope of the problem is not just criminal fraud, but a culture of profiting from government programs in perpetuity, not as a safety net, but as an industry.
Okay, we are still watching that door. Republicans' Minnesota state representatives are now testifying before the House Oversight Committee. That hearing is investigating a fraud scheme allegedly bilking taxpayers out of a very bare minimum of $9 billion that was supposed to go to needy families. Committee Republicans have invited Governor Tim Walz to face them at their second hearing next month. He dropped out of his bid for re-election. Would have been a third term. Can you imagine? But
can you imagine? So it's funny. When I see Fox, they've got 2 or 3 windows open at the same time as well. And they're doing exactly what I'm doing. I don't want to get into something when Karoline Leavitt comes on, because that's going to be the main show. So we're all trying to figure out, and here she comes. She's come, actually, it's with her and as well as RFK Jr.
Republicans haven't said that. No one else is saying that, but he's picking on people with brown skin by using us in his argument. Chairman James Comer kicked off the hearing on a fiery note. He accused Minnesota's Democrat leadership of either being asleep at the wheel or complicit in these crimes. Breaking news from the White House. The press secretary, Karoline Leavitt.
Thank you so much.
And
good
let's
morning
watch.
And Happy New Year, everybody. It's great to see you. It's great to be with a very packed room. I'm sorry we kept you all very busy over the holiday break. And I know there is a lot of news out there today, both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news. But first, I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the President's Cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the President's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year. In less than a year in office, the President and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front. Here are just a few of the significant MAHA achievements thus far. More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much-needed confidence in our public health system. And as a MAHA mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets and the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA. And these new guidelines are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Karoline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy, made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will release the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day, meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working with many of my fellow cabinet secretaries to deliver results. I want to thank Bobby Mukamala. Thank you very much. Who is the president of the American Medical Association, for committing to mobilize the medical community on nutrition. And I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to health care. The CDC reports that 90% of health care spending treats chronic disease.
All right, we're going to pull away from that. We will come back on the news. Here is Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have...
Let me jump in here. There's so much news. So we have this press conference going on. Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth are talking right now about Venezuela, as well as the hearing. Would you like me to cut to Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, or keep it on this press conference? You guys are going to have to let me know.
Foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security. There would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. About 50% of Medicare.
Okay, so everybody's saying Rubio, Rubio, Rubio. So that's where we're going.
Okay, what he's saying is critical because they just briefed the Senate. We had Senator Cornyn on this program, top of the hour, so we knew that was going on. And now Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, are heading in to brief the House. There has been a lot of...
I just can't. It's too much moving too fast. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad Fox is having a problem moving around too. We got hearings, we got press conferences. I think what we're going to do, we'll go back to this one because it's live, and then I'll go ahead and get to whatever we can get to with Rubio and Marco afterwards. My gosh. Ugh.
It's upside down, a lot of you will say. But it was actually upside down before, and we just righted it. For the first time, the dietary guidelines directly address ultra-processed foods and set firm sugar limits in federal procurement, driving a significant reduction in added sugar in school meals. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food dollars support real food and better health. Thank you. And I want to introduce my partner and a friend, Brooke Rollins, who is an extraordinary collaborator on this.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. What a honor to be here. I think this is Karoline's first press conference back, and what a great way to start the new year, 2026. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. Your commitment to the well-being of Americans is such a blessing to this nation. We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since almost day one. Bobby and I were voted on the same day and sworn in on the same day. So I think the partnership from minute one has been real and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, America is in the middle of the worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million children in the United States have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating people with chronic disease. Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is really important to keep underscoring that fact. This crisis is unacceptable. It prevents Americans from living healthy and happy lives. And for decades, under both Republicans and Democrats, federal incentives have promoted low-quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial: eat real food. This is the main message of the new Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dried. We are finally putting real food back at the center of the American diet. Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and healthy food supply already available from America's incredible farmers and ranchers. By making milk, raising cattle, and growing wholesome fruits, vegetables, and grains, they hold the key to solving our national health crisis. And President Trump is mobilizing government to ensure families across America have greater access to these healthy foods. In the past 12 months, inflation has slowed and wages have risen for the first time in 5 years. Under President Trump's leadership, prices for everyday staples are declining, and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is within reach for all American families. These new dietary guidelines are a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the needs, the preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example, a meal including such items as pork, or eggs, or whole milk, or cheese, tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla can cost today right around $3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit. By the way, that's almost 250,000 retailers across America. That very soon we will be finalizing that rule that will mandate all 250,000 retailers in America double the type of staple foods that they provide for America's SNAP households. This means healthier options will be in reach for all American families, regardless of circumstance, at levels never seen before in our country. These dietary guidelines are foundational to so many USDA programs, and their introduction marks the first step in connecting America's schools and dinner plates to the best of American agriculture. Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring common sense, we are restoring scientific integrity, and we are restoring accountability to federal food and health policy. The new guidelines are all about putting the well-being of Americans first, exactly where it should have been all along. This is the foundation that will make America healthy again, not just for those of us alive today, but for our children and our children's children and those coming behind. I want to end by saying God bless American families, God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible work, and that is Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you.
Congratulations to Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and do want to express my appreciation for what the President has done overall to increase the affordability of health care. The biggest accomplishment, perhaps, for the health system ability to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Karoline mentioned. These are incredibly effective at reducing the costs, for example, of what the President calls the fat shot, the Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy the expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions from various mental health issues, from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of movements like this. Right now, we're increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be healthier, because you can't be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is $30 billion. Why? 30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses, which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare. If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments and trials, just that alone is $30 billion of reduction of expenses for Medicare. That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity, because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP, and we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy have crafted with their teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high-functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot: refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic. We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein. They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation that we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a flawed 1960s model. Today, we are setting the record straight. This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it. And so, as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs they don't need. We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today. And so, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a part of this. We are grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Karoline.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy. We're so excited for you.
Thank you.
MAHA moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of progress that we're making as an administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states, whether it be, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration, they continue to stop your guys' progress. So what has been the response from these blue states? Because as MAHA moms enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate what you guys are doing, but we want to have it, you know, even in the blue states as well.
I mean, my hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
Duck is also high in protein.
That's an interesting.
Duck is a good thing to eat, everybody.
They only released the new vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it. Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same with core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those nations all have much better health outcomes than we do. And they're based on their best science and also on their conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake. And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know that we are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. And again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles the European countries. The second is for people who have vulnerabilities, for high risk, and that doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision-making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue to get. So people will make their own choices, and that's what democracy is about.
I asked the boss, Karoline, for permission to add a little bit to this because I think it's really important. And by the way, James.
Let me just break in for a second. If today's news cycle hasn't been busy enough, we now have an ICE-involved shooting in Minnesota. No details yet. I'm just looking on the screen, and there's cops everywhere. But there has been an ICE-involved shooting is what they're calling it. So I'm not sure if an ICE officer was shot or if the ICE officer did the shooting, but we have an ICE-involved shooting in Minnesota. And as you know, they just surged 2,000 agents into Minnesota. That whole Insurrection Act, it might be coming very soon if this kind of stuff continues.
These blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right. Is we say blue states and red states, but in those states there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that just came out that had about 85% of all Americans believe that states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how to do this better. Let us make sure that whether it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid program or the child care program, that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the changes that was made had to do with alcohol. Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the science behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol, but it does allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example, around the world where people live the longest, alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, small amounts, taken very judiciously, and usually in a celebratory fashion. So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. Right, this should be something done a small amount with hopefully some kind of an event that might have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men, 1 glass of women, there was never really good data to support that quantity of alcohol consumption. That data was probably primarily confused with broader data about social connectedness.
Take a couple more. John?
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Secretary Rollins, I'm curious about with these guidelines. They're not mandates, they're guidelines. What are the practical effects of these guidelines on public schools all across the country?
Well, today begins thank you, John. It's good to see you. Today begins the first day now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's that veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do. Nothing changes overnight, but as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and so you'll begin to see some real changes coming very soon. As everyone is aware, for many of our most vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards and reworking SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change too. But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned, Secretary Rollins, cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost-effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back, unfortunately, that yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts of America where they have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a economically challenged family, and the only place they're getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer-term important policy priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower-margin communities. But for now, requiring those retailers, those 250,000 retailers across America, to double their stocking of healthier foods, that will allow us to immediately get these better foods into all communities, but especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, John.
Let me just add something to that. Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for healthy foods for every American. And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach of every American family. We are working on a education and information program that will allow American families all over the country to come onto our website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this. The idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And if you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny fraction of the long-term cost of eating bad food.
So we'll take one more in the white blazer. Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Kennedy, you mentioned healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated fats. Can you clarify how much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about it.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s, when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ansel Keys said it was the saturated fat, that's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push low-fat milk to kids. And we are maintaining the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein. The fact that 60 to 70% of the calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food. These are the issues that have become giant blind spots where we're now putting attention. And we hope that there are conversations in every school board in America, in every church and synagogue and house of worship, every home in America will now have conversations. We've got to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic. Food can be curative. We've got to talk about the microbiome and fiber and healthy whole grains and the good soil that food comes from, and the healthy, clean waters and good farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Great.
Some of you may be wondering why Dr. Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in this effort. So I want to thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for being here today. And thank all of you for being here today. I know you're all very busy people, and these people have a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, thanks. All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there. Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement from the oil industry and the banking industry. Do you have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world there, real quick on Iran.
Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option, as you saw. He tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
With that meeting tomorrow, what is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked. And this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. And the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order in the crew. So that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law. And they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know, there's some 8 million Venezuelans here, some of them celebrating in the streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America, including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
If I could just ask, there have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
I know that past presidents and past leaders have often ruled things out. They've often been very open about ruling things in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Very quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes. So the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets. Yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically suppressing public expression of support for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the president's national security team speak further on that. I know they are well aware and tracking. Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you referenced personnel but potentially facing prosecution. That's one thing I'd like to follow on. And then
on the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political dissidents and prisoners and return detained Americans?
that's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella One. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president had said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela, and then I'd love to ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add, how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota. Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment on it from up here, to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk about the fraud and to do a roundtable on this very topic. And I would just like to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration to get to the bottom of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state across this country where fraud has taken place, and we are protecting law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow up on Greenland, there are treaties already on the books that give the United States access to the island. They can construct and maintain military bases there. We can house personnel on the island. The U.S. has control of landings, takeoffs, anchorages, etc. So I'm curious if you could just spell out for the American public, what specifically would the U.S. gain by taking control of Greenland that the U.S. doesn't already have access to right now?
More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the president and his national security team are currently talking about. Jeff, I'll give you another one.
A broad sort of stand-back question on foreign policy. Are you concerned about increasing tensions with Russia because of the tanker seizures? And how does the U.S. action in Venezuela impact the ongoing relationship with China and the president's relationship with President Xi?
I think the president has very open, honest, and good relationships with both President Putin of Russia and also President Xi of China. He has spoken with them numerous times, as you know, since coming to office about a year ago, and I believe that those personal relationships are going to continue. But as for the president and the United States, he's going to enforce our policy that's best for the United States of America. And with respect to these ships seizures, that means enforcing the embargo against all dark fleet vessels that are illegally transporting oil, and only legitimate commerce, to answer your question much earlier, Rachel, determined by the United States is going to be permitted. And that's the policy of this administration, and he's not afraid to implement it.
One more stand back. Just one more stand back. I just going to ask one last one. I remember asking the president at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO, even if they are not there for us. And I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the president commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States will come to?
Again, the president addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have not, they have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank you.
Two questions, if
You
I may.
too.
One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care. Republicans have amazing ideas. The president himself, as we spoke about earlier, has launched this Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with Big Pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. The president's talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too, and I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to health care, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
To go, Karoline,
Haley.
President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to ask you about the seized tanker, the Bella. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order, and that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president had talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more. Sure.
Thank you. Caroline, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boyland from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boyland died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering January 6th quite a bit because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hope you guys are relaxed. Hope you're getting enough information here. There's so much going on. So let me brief you quickly on what happened in Minnesota, and perhaps Fox will bring their storyboard up and show that full front and center. But a newcomer attempted to flee ICE by using his car to try and run one of the ICE officers over. And then he was summarily shot in the face, or should I say summarily shot in the face. Let me see if they're cutting to it. If they're cutting to it, yeah, here we go.
We've had this up inside our studio for a minute.
just watching to see. Authorities are responding to an ICE-involved shooting. That's how it's being described by the people in South Minneapolis right now. We now have a reporter there. Earlier today, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz posted that his public safety team is working to get more information and urge people to remain calm. And moments ago, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, said they are working to get ICE out of his state. A lot going on, or his city. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is on the ground for us in South Minneapolis. Mike.
And the police tape is up right now. As you can see, it's a several block area behind me that is tied off. The tear gas has already been used because each time you get one of these ICE events or a Border Patrol scene, you get the protesters who descend on it. That has already happened here. The details we know thus far is that the person who was shot is a woman. We don't really know much about her condition at this point. No agents have been harmed. There is some discussion that it was triggered by a ramming incident that we see so often when ICE and Border Patrol agents are conducting their operations. So we're talking about one person injured that we know of thus far. The FBI is the investigating agency on the scene here. You see some local police behind me. They are just controlling the scene because you get the protesters who descend on it. Again, tear gas has been used in this incident. And you mentioned that Jacob Fry is now demanding that all ICE, all federal agents leave the city of Minneapolis. He says they are causing chaos. And the quote is, they stand rock solid with the immigrant and refugee communities. So all the information right now, Harris, is preliminary. That's what we're working with. One person shot.
Yeah, and I'm looking down reading that X post right now from Mayor Jacob Fry, and also just some of the other information coming out. So now it's a little bit clearer. So it's a ramming and a shooting there. We were getting reports of both. Mike Tobin, we're going to ask you to stand by as you work that scene. We'll come back to you as the news.
Okay, so I'm trying to juggle everything going on here. The hearing from in Minnesota is going on right now. They're getting ready to cut and find out what's going on in Minnesota. Kristi Noem is due up any second in a press conference. I'm going to go see if I can clone myself because OMG. Even though we built out this new studio where I can click and bring certain things in, there is so much happening. If I just take a second here and tell you about the press conference that you just saw with Karoline Leavitt, that dovetails to me over what I was talking to you earlier about how the effemination of men and what they've done by telling people what they should eat and what they shouldn't eat. When you hear low protein, where you hear, all this stuff that's processed, it causes low testosterone. All of that. I mean, thank God my mom got me into football where I had to continue doing weightlifting and everything, and I ate like a horse. But can you imagine this entire thing being thrust upon these young men right now? And now we're seeing these idiots in Minnesota. The fraud. You feel it building? I'm going to tell you something before I turn a video on so I can get everything coordinated because there's so much. The insurrection has begun. When I say the Insurrection Act. I don't know who's advising President Trump. I don't know if it's Stephen Miller, but the Insurrection Act has already happened. A lot of people don't know. They think that you have to make this giant declaration. I think he's making the declaration. If there's 2,000 people and more coming into Minnesota, that's why I think Kristi Noem's press conference is going to be so huge. If they've already put 2,000 people into Minnesota, and now Walz and the mayor are all freaking out, we want ICE out of here, good luck. That's not going to happen. In fact, by you trying to get rid of ICE, you are giving Trump even more ammunition to put more people there. Remember what the Insurrection Act says. When the governors and mayors and local officials don't do what they're supposed to do, you got no choice. And the first thing that's going to show up, because the Supreme Court said, it's the military. So right now it's like law enforcement, DOJ, HHS. Watch out when the other guys show up. They're coming. If these people are going to try and ram people, and Walz and Frey don't realize, they're not paying attention. If you really want to stop Trump from doing what he's planning on doing, your police should be all over the place. You should be calling out the National Guard yourself. We've got this under control. But anybody tuning in can see all these knuckleheads running around. You don't have anything under control. You've lost control. And so now we know they're going to do it in California as well. What do you think's going to happen there? It's going to happen all over again. They're starting to spread things out. They're going to be heading to Chicago. I watched Tom Homan last night on Hannity, and he had this cat bird eating face. He can't wait. And so I want to, while I'm configuring all this stuff here, I want to show you a piece. This is Tom Emmer at the Minnesota fraud hearing. You won't believe this exchange. This is crazy.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, for holding this important hearing. As I said on Monday, good riddance to Governor Walz, but he cannot escape accountability for the estimated $9 billion in fraud. How did this happen? And where the hell has the Twin Cities media been? The Star Tribune is complicit. They have had this story for years, if you just heard, and they've refused to report anything on it. In fact, they continue to try and cover up. Our Minnesota Republican colleagues have demanded answers and accountability for years, but have seen nothing from Walz, his administration, our Democrat colleagues like Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Ilhan Omar, and Angie Craig, or the worthless Star Tribune. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump for finally bringing attention to this issue. Representative Rarick, I'm going to begin with you. You've been working on this issue for years. You've spoken to the whistleblowers personally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Even this morning, I got another message.
Well, in your experience, are their claims credible, or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not politically motivated.
In fact, many of these are Walz administration employees, correct?
They are actually Democrats as well.
Can you quickly give us one example of the retaliation these folks have been facing?
Yes, I can. In my opening statement, I mentioned that the most severe ones was that they would be fired with cause, so they couldn't have unemployment insurance, that they would be blacklisted from all state agencies, and I bet that it's also Hennepin County and Ramsey County, as you know, those are Democrat-run, and much, much more.
Based on what you've learned, Representative, over the last several years, do you have any doubt that Governor Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
He absolutely knew that it was occurring.
Thank you. The Housing Stability Services Program was estimated to cost about $2.6 million per year, but before it was shut down last October, it was on track to run about $122 million in 2025. In fact, I think they sucked $161 million out of it from the point it started in 2020 until it was finally shut down. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and Joe Thompson believes that 90% of that was fraud.
Yeah. The Quality Learing Center, as uncovered by Nick Shirley, received almost $10 million in funding. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
There are more than 80 autism centers in Minnesota under investigation. Is that true?
I believe it is, yes.
It's clear that someone is criminally complicit. You can't just let this amount of money get out of your administration over a period of 7 years without knowing. There was a hearing in the state regarding the fraudulent housing stabilization program, but before that hearing, Governor Walz fired the official who was slated to testify so that they could not testify and expose what was happening under Governor Walz's watch. Has Governor Walz or Attorney General Ellison fired anyone else to your knowledge, Representative?
Not to my knowledge, and that was Eric Rumdahl, and his administration believes that he was not fired, but I say he was fired because it was too convenient.
Right. Representative Hudson, is it true that 90% of the individuals charged, regardless of what your colleague on the panel just said with his facts and figures, 90% of the individuals charged or indicted with the $250 million Feeding Our Future COVID fraud are of Somali descent?
I believe that to be correct.
Are you aware that in a 2021 video, Mr. Ellison promised that he would obstruct his own agencies in their investigation of Somali fraud?
I am very much aware of that.
It's no wonder that criminals in the Somali community felt they were free to steal taxpayer dollars. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marion. Do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
Walz and Ellison were protecting fraudsters instead of investigating them, and it was purposeful. And it's no coincidence that this is occurring largely in the Somali community. Walz made a sanctuary state, Minnesota, a sanctuary state. He gave free health care, free college, and free licenses to illegals. And Walz looked the other way when Somali immigrants were stealing. Representative Robbins, do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
So all three of you have no doubt in your minds that Tim Walz knew about the $9 billion of fraud during his tenure as governor and did nothing about it. It looks like my time is about to expire, and I do want to say to all of you, on behalf of Minnesota, thank you for being here, and justice will be served. Thank you, Mr.
So they definitively just said, and they were under oath, that Tim Walz absolutely knew what was going on. Like I said yesterday, there is no way, no doubt in my mind that Tim Walz is not going to want to spend time in jail. He doesn't look cut out for it. So I'm pretty sure what he's going to end up doing is giving up a bigger fish. This is getting real deep, real fast. And there's no way the Democrats can fight this. They can't fight all the different things that are happening. You can't fight the Maduro stuff. You can't fight the fraud. The fraud is way too big. And now you got, I mean, here, let me show you this stuff here.
I'm aware of the shooting involving ICE agent at 34th Street in Portland. The presence of federal immigration enforcement agents is causing chaos in our city. He tweets us in the middle of all of this. We're demanding ICE to leave the city immediately. We stand rock solid with our immigrant and refugee communities. I don't know what he knows, but we're going to need to know a lot more information like the facts and not his opinion.
Now, we had a reporter on ground earlier, Mike Tobin, who talked to us about the allegations.
So who she was talking about was the mayor of Minneapolis, whatever part of Minnesota this is, who's saying, you need to get out of here. You just had somebody shoot or rather try to run over an ICE officer. And instead of trying to say something about what just happened and how this person tried to run somebody over, you're saying they're just great people, leave them alone. This should tell you something as you're watching this, and we're all at a 30,000 foot view here, and we're looking at this stuff, and I would have to think these people are covering for somebody. There's no way you see this.
Or gatherers there, and what looks like the scene of that shooting, or at least the ramming. John, your thoughts?
There's no way that you're a mayor and see what's going on right there, just like we all are. We're all looking on 30,000 feet. We're above it. We're in a helicopter or a plane looking down. There's no way you can say at this point, hey, we need you guys to get out of here. We got all this. You're just going to cause more problems. The only way you could be saying that is if you're covering for somebody else. It seems like the veil at this point is going to be ripped off very soon, and these people don't know what to do. They've completely lost it. This doesn't make any sense.
It is impossible under the Constitution. As mayor, once again, has showed he's not fit for office.
Also inciting violence.
Yes, he's encouraging resistance to the execution of federal warrants. And so, unfortunately, you're going to see people in Minneapolis and Minnesota rush out to try to stop federal agents from doing their duty. And these state officers, instead of encouraging it, instead of saying federal officers should be kicked out, they should be arresting and prosecuting people there.
John, we have more facts now. Our own Michael Tobin, who's reporting on what is happening on the ground there in Minneapolis, is confirming that today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters, he say, began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots as a response. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries, and we do pray.
So the bad lady is dead. They shot her in the face, and oh my goodness. Notice the words they use there. Notice what they just said. They said, I don't know who released that statement, but the words domestic terrorism were used. These people have no idea what they're getting into. You understand by using the word domestic terrorism, and now there's a death that has occurred. You are in no control of your city. And it's still, I guess we can be lucky it's cold in Minnesota, but who knows what's about to happen? Because now as they're trying to incite people, this could get even worse. And by saying domestic terrorism, you're playing right into President Trump's hands. Oh my goodness.
Emily, just look at the middle of the screen there. I don't know if we could pull out on the bottom right of what everybody else is watching, but we can see it bigger here in the studio. Just a huge number of law enforcement that are now on the scene, walking between their squad cars. Vehicles have pulled up in every single direction at 34th and Portland and South Minneapolis as they work the scene. That is a huge show of force there. You now see a line of officers that are keeping some sort of a perimeter now as well.
Well, and the line of officers is necessary because according to some of the footage that is circulating online, the rioters who were present were throwing snowballs and ice at the ICE officers who were trying to manage this scene. So the protest is still ongoing, or at least was not too long ago, in which they were actively obstructing law enforcement from doing what they needed to do on the ground. And I'll just note that this is also within the context of just a day ago, we learned that ICE officers were being told that they couldn't stay at one of the hotels in Minneapolis because the hotel didn't want to aid immigration enforcement measures. So there's clearly a coordinated effort here to prevent the federal government from simply enforcing federal immigration law. And again, this is happening in just about every sanctuary city and state around the country.
Well, and there's a fine line as these events unfold to what we will learn what occurred between, resistance and violence. And when you throw snowballs and people say that's not a big deal, what if it's a white cue ball, which I've experienced in certain situations?
Wow. So it is Wednesday, January 7th, right after the so-called insurrection. This is absolutely insane. So while we're waiting for Kristi Noem to show up, I'm going to go ahead and configure the feed to bring up the hearing. I guess you guys want to hear it. We've already been here for 2.5 hours. I still have a full show left in the can here to talk to you guys about. Before that, let me talk to you about our partner, Chapter. As you know, Medicare is quite confusing. As someone who recently turned 65 myself this past August, I can confirm this. Keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes way too much time and energy. And between Medicare scams and corrupt agents and bloated insurance, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands. And if you don't do it, if you don't venture into this quagmire, you can get fined forever by Medicare. That's why I'm happy I just called the people at Chapter. They're actually honest, and it's the only Medicare advisor that I found that looks at every plan nationwide. They're trying to help people save an average of $1,100 a year. People are relieved when they talk to Chapter. One member, as I've told you, Margaret, was so happy she called Chapter and is saving $105 a month for the same supplemental plan just by switching insurance companies. These guys won't push you to buy a plan you don't want. And if you're already on a great plan, they won't even do anything. Just tell you congratulations, you got the right deal. And their support is completely free. One 20-minute phone call is all you need, and it's free. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your Medicare coverage, call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare. And I tell you right now, most people wish they had called them sooner. So if you're getting close to 65, or if you are already on Medicare and you got some questions, give Chapter a call. All right, I'll be back in 90 seconds. This is too much. Wow.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, Ashley just sent me a notification. She got an update, was posted by Trisha McLaughlin, who's been on the show. Here's what Trisha had to say. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, which is an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is now no longer with us. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This is a direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement. These men and women who are simply enforcing the law on the books are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation, and we will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. Wow. All right. So to recap, we have a hearing going on in Minnesota about the fraud, which is causing all this. It caused the surge to go into Minneapolis and Minnesota. We've got Kristi Noem coming up. We just had Karoline Leavitt speak. So much happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on Fox, let you hear that, and I'm going to run and configure the feed for the Minnesota hearing so we can hear that in between waiting for Kristi Noem. So let me just put this on and let it run.
Agents discharged his weapon and shot that individual, a woman who now, according to DHS, is in fact deceased. Now, I've got some of the statement from DHS saying that this is a direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assault. As far as the scene out here right now, you can see some of the police presence. The tape that is up to the south of me right now. There are about 100 demonstrators. The usual scene, shouting at the ICE agents who are on the scene, shouting at the FBI that's now conducting the investigation. It did get a little raucous. Tear gas was deployed about 30, 40 minutes ago, but right now it's a pretty typical scene following any of the operations with federal officers. Guys, back to you.
Mike, thank you for that. So at this point, we know there's going to be a 1 p.m. briefing. We will take that to you live as soon as it begins. Let's get your thoughts in here on Mike's recent reporting and what we can expect next.
Well, according to some of the other reports, Mayor Jacob Frey is actually on the ground there. There are still some protesters present as well. I think it's really telling what his initial gut reaction was. Before he learned any of the facts, before he had any additional details, his gut reaction was to demonize ICE even further. And I think that really sums up what the priorities of these Democratic officials are in some of these sanctuary cities and states. Their reaction is not to immediately seek for the protection of their citizens. It's to demonize law enforcement who are there to simply enforce the federal immigration law that is on the books. That's really troubling.
I wanted to ask you further a few minutes ago, because you brought up the U.S. Supreme Court decision not to let President Trump take in the National Guard here. This tips us into territory we had prayed we wouldn't get into, but it's not completely unfamiliar. We have a death now involved in this, somebody who reportedly rammed her car against these agents, and in defense, after some violence there, we don't know all of it, she now has lost her life. There was a shooting. We saw with that detention center, one of them, we had them in Dallas and Chicago, but they had detainees. ICE had detainees in a van with no windows, and when this killer sniper decided to take shots at the van to try to hit the ICE agents, they hit one of the people that were in the van that were there as, basically prisoners at this point, right? So we've seen death before. Now it's on the streets of Minneapolis. Is this a move now? Is it time now for National Guard? And would the Supreme Court readjust its decision, get out of the way? What do you think?
Yeah, Harris, unfortunately, we have seen state officials in our history try to stop the federal government from enforcing valid law. Desegregation. After Brown versus Board of Education, these Southern governors did something similar. They tried to stop desegregation in our schools. And so there is federal law that was passed by Congress that sets a condition, and then what can you do? And the condition seems to me to have been met. You have groups of people, even maybe involving state officials, who are trying to block the enforcement of valid federal law. Here are the immigration laws. What can you do? So the Supreme Court, I think incorrectly, but the Supreme Court said you can't send in the National Guard right away until the president has tried to restore order, has tried to protect federal agents with the regular forces. Everyone used to think regular forces meant ICE agents, DEA agents, law enforcement. But the Supreme Court suggested regular forces means the armed forces of the United States. So it creates this bizarre, counterintuitive method, which is the president is going to have to send in the 82nd Airborne first, or the 101st Airborne, which, by the way, Dwight Eisenhower sent in to desegregate the schools in the South. And if that fails, only then can he send in the National Guard. So, unfortunately, according to the Supreme Court, the president is going to resort to some fairly vigorous methods here.
You think he's justified in doing that now?
I think we can see that on the TV screens where you've got politicians saying federal agents get out, and you've seen this kind of disorder when you're just trying to execute an ICE warrant. I think this is showing that kind of resistance to federal authority.
Well, and Trump himself has also said that the Insurrection Act is very much so still on the table, in large part because of the Supreme Court ruling, which essentially left him no other choice.
Yeah, that's
if he wants to restore order on the streets, it very well may be the case that he has to invoke the Insurrection Act.
All right, we're going to pull away from this for just a moment for a very short break. Breaking news in the state of Minnesota today, South Minneapolis, a shooting involving ICE, and we will get right to it again right after this.
All right, so if they're going to have a press conference in 5 minutes, I guess I could show you some of what's going on at this hearing in the interim. Let me make sure I can just bring it up here. Some of this is on delay in case you've seen it elsewhere, but here you go.
To that, follow the money trail. Now, Representative Hudson, the head of Feeding Our Futures, was sentenced in November for his role in the largest COVID fraud scheme in U.S. history, according to the DOJ. This is a predictable result of the massive COVID spending with little or no oversight. In fact, we spent between $4.3 and $7.5 trillion during COVID, and we don't have a single receipt, not one. Okay? Now, this is a predictable outcome from the massive spending. Whether it's expanded COVID tax credits under the so-called Affordable Care Act or the programs like the massive or Minnesota HHS initiative with a no enrollment cap. Unfortunately, there are plenty of similar federal programs right here in Washington, D.C. My question for you is, in your experience, what failures make government funding streams particularly susceptible to fraud?
Well, as I outlined in my opening statement and my written testimony, basically we're spending far more money than we have the operational capacity to monitor. Like they're just, now Deputy U.S. Attorney, he was U.S. Attorney at the time, Joe Thompson, said, we can't prosecute our way out of this. That's another way of saying it. We have to have controls on the front end.
Well, and with the massive amounts like I just talked to you about in COVID, it actually... It gives the environment for fraud. It just builds on it, right?
Correct.
Well, Ms. Rarick, what concrete actions did Walt's administration take to intimidate whistleblowers into silence?
So I think the first thing he did was he put in place commissioners. Right now we have a deputy commissioner over the Department of Human Services that is known to whistleblowers as being like the queen of retaliation. So when you put somebody in charge that is known to retaliate, that's a problem. I would also note on your previous question about the COVID money, and we discovered in our committee that the auditor, so there was a bid for auditing the COVID money, and the auditor was known to be our Minnesota state auditor, Blaha. So that's another Democrat within the whole fold of the Democrats in malls as well.
Would it surprise you that we spent $13 trillion from Bill Clinton to Donald Trump in that span of time? $13 trillion with not a single receipt.
That is absolutely shocking. I used to do accounting, and that's deplorable. That's something that you should be in prison for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the United States has no obligation to tolerate guests who break our laws. And in this case, there seems like there's a whole bunch of them. And unfortunately, they were targeting one general area. And it's sad to me that we are always being screamed at about xenophobia, all this different type of phobias, and racist, and yet the facts still stand. So, Mr. Chairman, I find it very interesting today's hearing, and I applaud you for doing it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman now, our chair now recognizes the lady from Texas, Ms. Jasmine Crockett.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
I apologize for that.
That's right.
There's some more you see. Senator John Kennedy brings Somali fraud to the Senate floor. Viral videos. David says he filed complaint against Waltz over fraud allegations. Minnesota adds Medicaid fraud verification amid alleged $9 billion loss. Minnesota's Somali fraudsters paid for rich lifestyles with stolen money. What investigators still haven't asked about Minnesota's fraud. I hope to ask that. Trump deploys 2,000 federal agents to Minnesota. Venezuela's been dealt with. Somali scammers should be next. Beyond parody, Craigslist ad from a daycare center in Minneapolis seeks to hire 20 child actors. Dr. Oz orders full-scale federal audit of Minnesota Medicaid. Did you miss a story about alleged Medicaid fraud from a Somali-run health services provider in Maine? A YouTuber's follow-up video on Minnesota fraud is just as wild. HHS to close Biden-era loophole that lets states pay child care providers without counting attendance. Yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Jasmine Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And for every witness that is here, thank you so much for your time and your attention. I just have one quick question. I have not been here the entire hearing, but I don't think this question has been posed for each of you, and we can start at the far end. Do you believe that all Somalis are engaged in fraud?
I do not, and I'd like
to... just yes or no. Next.
Of course not.
Oh, absolutely not. We have good Somali people in our state.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure I level set because it seems like we want to continue to, especially as we just heard those particular articles entered into the record, we want to continue to just make it seem as if you are Somali, then somehow you are a fraudster. And this administration has decided that it wants a target on their backs. And so when my colleague, Ms. Randall, decided that she wanted to talk about the threats that are being made towards various Somali people, the reason she brought it up is because this particular side of the aisle has a tendency of if one person does something bad, especially if they are an immigrant, then we are going to cast aside that entire community. So I wanted to level set, and I appreciate your honesty because that's something that we very rarely get from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. In fact, if we want to talk about fraud, I got a lot of fraud that we're going to talk about because we're going to get into this, but I am very curious to hear, let me ask you, Mr. Ballou, are you aware of allegations that $50,000 in taxpayer dollars have been given to someone that is currently sitting in this administration by the name of Tom Homan? Are you aware? Okay, that's a yes.
I am.
Okay. And last I checked, and correct me if I'm wrong if you have different information, but he was given that $50,000 in exchange for being able to provide contracts and kickbacks to people as soon as Trump was going to get into office. The DOJ was actually investigating this, but as soon as Trump...
What was the theme of yesterday's show? The theme of yesterday's show is they have nothing. They have nothing. Tom Homan doesn't have anything to do with what's going on in Little Somalisota. They have nothing. That's why I can't play her videos. I can't rock with the hood rat and immediate deflections. That's why I don't really like these hearings. Because for the 5 minutes, I want you to see, while she's doing this, and you can just watch her hand gestures without even having the sound down. Let me, where is that? Let me just show you this.
Investigated for being a criminal.
You can literally just sit there and look at her head and her hand and everything else. She looks like somebody off the Real Housewives of Ghettoville or something. I can't do it. I cannot do it. We have this press conference coming up at 1 o'clock that's going to give us some information on what happened with ICE. We have Kristi Noem coming up. You guys want to hear, I'll look in the chat. If you guys want to hear this idiot just keep blah, 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 Has nothing to do with what's going on. Let me know if you guys really want to hear from her.
Has been taking billions of taxpayer dollars from American people and have been giving it away to their own companies in the form of tax cuts, government contracts, or other government funded subsidies. So Congress has a role in getting rid of fraud. I will admit that in any federally funded government program. However, I think the fraud that the American people are concerned about is that the Republicans are taking away Americans' health care so that ultra billionaires can get more tax cuts. The real fraud is the dehumanization and demonization.
If you meant it, you wouldn't have to be reading it off a paper. Obviously, somebody handed that to you. Obviously, you did not write it. You would not have to be reading about the dehumanization of people with no. Somebody, one of those people who sits behind you, handed and said, here, puppet, read this. And then somebody above you was doing this. I don't know, tell them to stop doing so much with the left hand and stuff. It ain't working for us. But my gosh, Democrats, that's all you got? Seriously? We're talking billions of dollars of fraud, and she doesn't want to talk about it. So this is Kristi Noem's press conference.
When she steps up to the microphone, we will be monitoring that, and we will go to that live when she is speaking. But Mike, if you could, just give us a little bit more detail about what we could hear from law enforcement. We know they're supposed to brief us live on the ground there in Minneapolis shortly, what sort of updates they may be able to give. And I will note that Kristi Noem stepping up to the microphone will listen for that. But Mike, any more color on what we're about to hear from law enforcement after this shooting?
Well, they want to just cut to Kristi. I've got the whole press conference. So while we're waiting, why don't we take this press conference?
It's a great pleasure that I introduce you to the Honorable Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security.
It looks like Fox is going to have a better feed.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And thank you to Chief Banks for everything that he is doing to continue to complete the work of securing our border and to protect this country. I also want to thank Paul for being here today. He always shows up not just for our agents, but for the American people and speaks truth to every single situation and challenge that this country faces. And I also want to thank the other individuals that are behind me. I also have Chief Jared Ashby, who's with me. He's the Chief Patrol Agent of the Rio Grande Valley Sector, and he's joining us as well. I think you've been on the job a couple of weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
2 weeks. And he's doing a great job. We still aren't letting any illegal aliens over that border in his sector. And we also have Colonel Robert Felicio of the Army National Guard with us. He currently serves as the brigade commander over Task Force Guardian, oversees almost 3,000 soldiers that are deployed to the border from Del Rio to Brownsville, Texas, right here. With him is Captain Muse, who's also serves alongside the Coast Guard, and we're grateful for their service and their operation down here at the border. As you know, not only do we have our Border Patrol each and every day securing our border, but they're doing that in cooperation with a partnership between the Department of War and also the Coast Guard that has deployed down here as a part of Operation Riverwall. We are continuing to put the American people first and to keep them safe. And we do that, first of all, by making sure that we're a nation of borders. We recognize, and President Trump recognizes, that a nation with no borders is no nation at all. And our laws need to be enforced. And that is a dramatic change, especially in this part of America down here at the southern border from what the Biden administration was enforcing. They ignored our laws, allowed an invasion of dangerous criminals, known and suspected terrorists to come into our country, and every day while we work to remove them, we are still focused on making sure that this border barrier is safe and that these families here are secure. This morning I met with several local farmers and ranchers, talked to them about the dramatic change that has impacted their lives over the last year. Before President Trump was in office at the end of 2024, they had an invasion going on in their property. Their crops were being destroyed. They couldn't go out and take care of their land because of security reasons. They were carrying weapons to protect their families and their property, and they hoped that someone would care enough to come and help secure not just their livelihoods, but also the land that had been in their family for generations. Today, they told a very different story. They told a story of land that had essentially been given back to them, that now they could go out there and check their crops, work the ground safely, not be in fear of danger. They could go out and walk up and down their roads without the concern of being run over by cartel members moving their loads of dope across the border and into the United States. And they also told the stories and the memories of the horrific encounters that they had to deal with in their own home communities because of what Joe Biden was doing to this country. Joe Biden invited chaos into America in the form of the 4-year border crisis that has been unprecedented and broke a lot of what makes America great. And President Trump has been focused on putting it back together and making sure that Americans know that they have a leader that believes in them and wants to give them a chance at the American dream. Those ranchers that I spoke with and those farmers that I spoke with this morning, they're all Americans that agree that our country needs to be safe and needs to be secure. And they're grateful for President Trump's leadership. In 2003, Joe Biden invited chaos into America in the form of the 4-year border crisis that has been unprecedented and broke a lot of what makes America great. And President Trump has been focused on putting it back together and making sure that Americans know that they have a leader that believes in them and wants to give them a chance at the American dream. Those ranchers that I spoke with and those farmers that I spoke with this morning, they're all Americans that agree that our country needs to be safe and needs to be secure, and they're grateful for President Trump's leadership. In 2025, daily illegal alien apprehensions at the southwest border have dropped by 95%. And for almost 10 months in a row, nearly a year, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into our country. That is a record-setting amount of time period that we have had. And we have also seen 2.6 million illegal aliens removed from the United States of America. That includes almost 700,000 that have been arrested and deported and brought to justice, and then almost 2 million that have left voluntarily, because we sent a very clear message to the world that if you are in the United States illegally, go home now. If you wait until we detain you and deport you, you will never get the chance to come back and be a part of the American dream. The American people have a lot to celebrate in this historic year, but we have a lot more work to do. Even the most historic success does not mean that we can rest on all of our laurels. Innovation and improvement is important, and that's why today we're announcing the next steps to secure our border. The Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Customs and Border Protection are deploying over 500 miles of border barrier in the form of water barriers like you see behind us. These barriers were funded in the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that is long enough to stretch all the way from Washington, D.C. to Nashville, Tennessee. It's more than 130 miles of those barriers are already under contract, and they're getting ready to be deployed starting today. These barriers consist of floating buoys that are 4 to 5 feet in diameter and up to 15 feet long. The buoys that you see here today behind me are ones that are made right in America by a family-owned company down the road here in Texas. CBP is working closely with our state of Texas and the U.S. International Boundary and Waters Commission to make sure that the buoy barriers are installed properly and that they are going to last for many, many years to come. These barriers will make it much harder for illegal aliens, drug smugglers, and human traffickers to cross the river and other waterways where they will be deployed. They'll create a safer environment for agents on patrol. And securing our waterways not only protects Americans, it saves the lives of illegal aliens by deterring them from daring to attempt to cross through this treacherous water. Under Joe Biden, nearly 3,000 illegal aliens died attempting to cross into the United States, and an untold number of individuals drowned. Water crossings are the second highest cause of death for aliens crossing the border, with heat exhaustion being number one. Things are so calm here now that it's easy to forget how bad things really were. In 2023, I want to remind you that the United Nations declared Biden's wide-open border barrier and border invasion the world's deadliest land migration route. Those barriers and these ones behind me are going to save our lives and going to save illegal alien lives. It will help stop the drug trafficking that's devastating our next generation of Americans, and it will also make sure that we're stopping the human trafficking that we've seen for so many years. Cartels now use drones to smuggle drugs as well, and other technology. We will continue to deploy technology to meet the challenges that we have in front of us. And as we continue to stop these smugglers, we're going to be working around the clock to to stop the damage of the Biden administration. Joe Biden was complicit and culpable in the biggest child trafficking ring in all of human history. On his watch, more than 450,000 unaccompanied children were lost, or they were placed with unvetted sponsors at the southern border and were completely overwhelmed. So far, the Trump administration has found over 129,000 of these children, and we're going to continue to ramp up our efforts to make sure that every single one of them is accounted for, found, and returned to family and people who love them. President Trump's doing everything that he can to keep America safe. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank Chief Banks, the state of Texas, our Border Patrol, and all the individuals that are out there making sure that our border not only continues to be safe and secure, but that we also are out there deploying technology to make sure that all Americans get the chance to live in America where they can get up in the morning and be excited about raising their kids and their grandkids in a country that is free. And with that, I'll turn it back over to any questions that you may have. Yes, right here.
The border buoys, can you explain, they're a bit different than what Governor Abbott deployed. They don't have the metal in between. Tell us about the changes, why you made the changes. Is there more to it? How do they connect to the ground? And is there smart technology associated with it, ma'am?
Absolutely. I'm going to let Chief Banks describe the technology and the advancement in the buoy barriers because he's worked extensively on the development of this device and with a company that will be under contract to provide many of these miles of barrier for us.
And so I believe what you're referring to in the barriers was the discs that were placed in between each of the barriers that the state of Texas put into place. Those discs were anti-tamper discs. What we did is, as we developed it out, we've created a way to create the same anti-deterrence or anti-tampering deterrence without having the disc in there. And so the system still works the same as far as how it sits on a ratchet system. As you try to climb up onto the buoys, they roll backwards, preventing you from being able to climb on. And then we've also found that using the more cylindrical instead of the circular, we get better flotation, which helps us maintain better control of the buoys. So what we've done is we've, over the last year, improved the buoy system that was being placed in the river in Texas, under the state of Texas, and worked with these. But they function the exact same way.
Yes.
Do you have any comments on what's happening with the shooting in Minneapolis? You did mention it earlier. I was wondering, out of the 2,000 deployed there, are they including the newly hired ICE agents, or are diversions still happening from FBI, Border Patrol, DEA, and HSI?
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days, we've arrested hundreds and hundreds of dangerous criminals, not just fraudsters who stole from the American people billions of dollars and put it in their pockets and enriched their friends from overseas and themselves, but also individuals who committed acts of murder and rape and trafficking and drug exploitation and child exploitation. So we're going to continue to do our work. And I want to remind everybody that the act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. that those individuals that are in leadership positions in these sanctuary jurisdictions need to work with us to make sure that every single person that's out there enforcing the law can be safe, but also so that all of our citizens can continue to be safe too. Domestic acts of terrorism like this will not stand, and I'm grateful that we have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that recognizes it, and will make sure that it's working to keep every single community safe, regardless of who's in charge in that city. President Trump gets up every day and will work to keep people safe, whether they're in a red state or a blue state or in a city that has a Republican mayor or a mayor that has a Democrat mayor. He's going to fight for every single American to make sure they live in a safe community and can raise their kids without fear. Yes.
Business owners across the Rio Grande Valley told me they're concerned about some of the sweeping ICE raids on work sites, particularly in construction, where sometimes workers with legal status are being kind of swept up in the process, delaying projects and hurting our economy. What is your message to these businesses?
Well, that's simply not happening. So it's just not true. We are focused on going after the worst of the worst in every community across this country to make sure that we're making our streets safer. And anyone who is a citizen of this country or is here legally has nothing to fear, has nothing to get out of bed in the morning to be scared of, because we are only enforcing the law. If you are in violation, if you have perverted one of our programs in order to be here illegally, absolutely, you may be held accountable for that action. But that individual and those businesses don't have anything to fear if they're following the law. Sure.
Anna Giaritelli, Washington Examiner. By putting in 500 miles of the buoy, fewer people are going to be able to get across, whereas the wall is built farther in a lot of places. So do you expect people in custody to come down over time, people going into new immigration court cases, and overall deportation proceedings to come down in the future?
I don't think that we're going to see any less people in detention or in immigration court, because we've still got 15 to 20 million people that are in this country illegally. And so if they don't leave on their own voluntarily and partner with us, I'll remind you all, everybody who wants to go home to their country, we will get you a ticket. We will give you $1,000 and we will help you get there. And you get the chance to come back to the United States the right way. If you wait till we detain you, then you'll never get the chance to be an American citizen. So I think that having a secure border is incredibly important, but we will probably still continue to see detainment centers and immigration courts quite full and being utilized extensively because of the devastation that Joe Biden put on this country. By allowing that many people to come into our country unvetted, we have no idea the amount of dangerous criminals that are here. I'll go to you. Yes.
Obviously, with everything that's been happening in these recent days over in Venezuela, this has created a lot of uncertainty for Venezuelans living here in the U.S. What is your message for them there, and also the process that they should follow?
Overwhelmingly, the Venezuelans that I've heard from and talked to are excited about the changes that they see in their country. It is never a bad thing to have a murderous, vicious dictator removed from power. They have more opportunities to go back to their country and have it be more successful and provide for their families today than they did a week ago when Maduro was still in charge. So today is a good day, and we'll continue to do all we can to partner with Venezuela to help it be successful. Yes.
One year into the second Trump administration, and I wanted to ask you, what has been the hardest part about being DHS secretary?
Oh, nothing's hard about this job. My favorite thing to do is to solve problems and meet challenges. So President Trump and this country are the greatest gifts that I think we have right now, because we were handed a mess. And this country, and people are desperate for some hope and some opportunity to remind themselves of what being an American is all about. So I am very blessed every day that I get the chance to get up and work with law enforcement officers, work with people who take an oath to put their life on the line for their fellow brothers, and I absolutely love it. Yes, sir.
Hilton, who recently cut ties with ICE.
You know, my understanding is that Hilton has severed their franchise relationship with the owner of the hotel that we saw disrespecting our law enforcement so much. My hope is that hotel owners and franchises across the country would recognize this as an opportunity for them to bless our law enforcement officers. When you see them in your communities, support them, support their families, maybe give them an opportunity to have a chance to stay at your hotel, and maybe make them some eggs in the morning, give them some toast and juice and shake their hand and pray over them as they go out the door that they'll be safe while they do their work. I know that when you turn on the news every day, it sounds discouraging, but our law enforcement are the perfect example we can point to for our kids of the kind of Americans we should all want to grow up to be like. Yes.
Can you share who DHS is coordinating the Venezuela deportation flights with in the new Venezuelan regime? And
well,
also, do you have any concerns with deporting Venezuelans back to Venezuela when some of them might be the same Venezuelans that are cheering the end of the Maduro regime in the streets here in the United States?
So the State Department always works on all travel documents and flight arrangements for every country when we return individuals back to their homes. We'll continue to do that and let the State Department do that. We have those in detention that may be from Venezuela that will submit their paperwork to the State Department, just like every other individual across the world, and make sure they get home as soon as possible. We'll continue to evaluate every situation in every country and always make sure that we're putting Americans first.
Government working with?
You'd have to ask the State Department. Other questions? Yes. Oh, one more? Go for it.
Thank you, Secretary Noem. Logan Washburn with the Dallas Express. After Maduro's capture, how are you expecting the situation to change on the border here?
You know, I would say that it sends a clear message to the rest of the world that when President Trump says something, he means it, and he'll take action to defend this country. We have been busy communicating that with world leaders where we've seen a lot of our illegal alien and criminal population come from. I'm grateful that not only do they know that we speak a lot of words and that we try to build relationships, but also if you violate our laws, if you threaten people, and if you don't follow what international law is as well, then there will be consequences. Okay. Oh, yep, last one.
In regards to the ICE raids affecting construction sites, do you have a comment on Congresswoman De La Cruz's idea to create some kind of middle path for those being affected?
You know, I think our law is our law. If there's a Congresswoman that has an idea, then absolutely, that's the proper process if she does not agree with where we stand on immigration policy today. Congress is elected to debate and to be thoughtful and to create policy and then vote on it and create statute. If she has an idea, her colleagues in Congress and the White House are more than interested in talking about it and see if it's something that America can get behind. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
All right, so that's Kristi Noem. We're still waiting on the 1 o'clock press conference in Minnesota. That is now 1:25, so they are behind schedule. Of course they are. As you saw the scroll that I put up, initial reports say that the woman who caused the problem in Minnesota, the domestic terrorist who is now deceased, was a white liberal woman. I don't know what's happened to them. I have no idea what has happened to these people. I can't show you what they're showing on television right now because YouTube doesn't like those kind of confrontations, but it got pretty nasty. I'm looking at, how these people are scuffling in the street, throwing snowballs and stuff at the ICE officers. Keep doing it. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm sure it's going to work out for you just fine. We do have a snippet from Pete Hegseth earlier before they went into the hearing about what's going on in Venezuela. And he was very emphatic with something.
Was briefed on, and the House was briefed on a classified level, is something only the United States of America can accomplish. The world is taking notice of that. Certainly Venezuela is taking notice of that. And it continues because two oil tankers, overnight, were seized by the United States of America, stateless or sanctioned, because the oil blockade, the quarantine of oil out of unsanctioned or stateless vessels continues. That leverage will continue, as Secretary Rubio outlined. So our military is prepared to continue this. As he said, the president, when he speaks, he means it. He's not messing around. We are an administration of action to advance our interests, and that is on full display. We're happy to brief the House.
So he ain't playing either. So I'm looking at the video of the scuffle that happened in Minnesota. The interesting part of this video that I'm seeing is it's all white people fighting the ICE officers. So obviously they were transported and probably even paid to go out there and try to block cars. And it's not the Somalians, it's white people. How did they convince an entire group of people to hate themselves? How did the liberals find some way to get people, obviously college-age kids, most of them college-age kids, to hate themselves? To think about this entire craziness of so-called white supremacy. It's insane, absolutely insane. So I do have some other breaking news that's happening right now. President Trump is working on making housing more affordable, and I'm all for this one. Says, for a very long time, buying and owning a home was considered the pinnacle of the American dream. It was a reward for working hard and doing the right thing. But now, because of the record high inflation caused by Biden and the Democrats in Congress, that American dream is increasingly out of reach for far too many people, especially younger Americans. It is for that reason and much more that I am immediately taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. You know, the BlackRocks of the world, all that kind of stuff. And I will be calling on Congress to codify it. People live in homes, not corporations. I will discuss this topic, including further housing and affordability proposals and more at my speech in Davos in 2 weeks. So he's going to go to Davos as well. That's pretty cool. And I don't have any problem with banning these large corporations. I think there should be a law that basically says you can't buy more than 10 houses in a community or something of that nature. Don't make it too small, then you can hurt my biz. But I'm not a large institutional buyer. I'm a one guy, okay? So I think that should work. So right now, I'm waiting for I know you really don't want to hear this Jasmine Crockett stuff. I mean, that's insane. So let me take a break. Oh, you know what? I think, no, they're not behind. They said 1 o'clock press conference. In Minnesota, it's only 12:30. So it's 1:30 here, but it's only 12:30 there. So we're probably 30 minutes away. So we can watch some of this hearing that they're having. You're going to have to, basically work through listening to Jasmine Crockett because what an absolute idiot she is. And hold on, let me get it while we're waiting for that press conference. All right, so let me go ahead and put that on. What's this? Let's see here. Where is it? All right, here she is again. Just hold your nose and let her get through her craziness.
$5 million Medicare fraud scheme.
Without objection, to ordered.
The next one is Trump commutes sentence of Dr. Solomon Melgen, eye doctor, found guilty of Medicare fraud.
Without objection, to ordered.
The next one, healthcare fraudster Philip.
Oh, I just realized I have this taped. So I could just lean over here and we could fast forward through this idiot. And just like that, she's no longer on the screen. I think we're done with her. Let's go to the next person.
Deliver a service, introduce an obvious opportunity for people to abscond with public dollars. But we've heard these arguments in our communities back in Minnesota from Minnesota Democrats that it's just so important that we pay people up front because they can't afford to wait for the reimbursements.
Yeah, Ms. Rivera.
Yeah, this is absolutely counter to good accounting and good accountability. So I would definitely say that you should be providing the service and getting paid after.
Mr. Ballou, what do you think?
I can't speak to that policy only because I'm learning about it just now. But I will say, my
so then the question then is, do you think it's a good idea to pay for the service up front before it's delivered and without accounting?
I can only speak to the criminal side of things, not the administrative side. But my concern here, again, is to the extent that there would be violations because of that change, the office responsible for prosecuting those
okay, so that's so you didn't want to answer the question. You want to filibuster. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Now, here where we're going to go is one of the things that you mentioned, Representative Robbins, is fiscal facilities and real estate. And as we've seen and looked at this, as I've looked at this, all of the public reporting that's out there, looked at a little bit of Exhibit A, that's like 2,800 pages or 2,300, whatever it is. Didn't get to look at all of it, but looked at some of it. I want to know, did anybody go in and find out who's owning all these properties, because you have basically vacant properties ostensibly holding themselves out to be daycare centers? Who owns those properties? Anybody look into that?
So some of our staff is looking at it currently, and I would encourage people to think about this as you look at your other states. So we have people who own the properties and then other people related to them or close to them that provide the services, and they both get remuneration. And then we have people who homestead assisted living facilities, small single-family homes, and say it's a business, but then they shouldn't be allowed to homestead. We have instances where there are multiple assisted living facilities that have been homesteaded. So the ownership of the properties and the ownership of the business is very important. This has gotten to be such a problem in Minnesota that people invest in the daycare business as an investment. And so getting not only who runs the facility, but who the ownership is critical, because that's where a lot of the money goes.
That's my point, is that you're setting up a series and facilitating straw man purchases of actual real property to actually launder or hide money coming from the state and defraud the state. And I would encourage both the feds and the state to really take a close look at that. I did find it interesting. Well, let me just ask the last question I've got time for here is, well, I got to ask two. The $18 billion, I'm saying $18 billion, that's the total nut over the last 5 years, if I understand your testimony right, Representative Hudson, and half of it was defrauded.
That is the estimate from the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Okay. Has the Walz administration put into place any new procedures since this has come to a very viral head in the last, 6 weeks?
They've appointed a couple of guys and shifted around a couple of chairs on the deck, but it's the equivalent of throwing a glass of water at a stove that's on fire.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a few more UCs, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Victims shocked after Biden grants clemency to Kids for Cash judge and $54 million embezzler. Shocked. Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage. It's a slap in the face. Comer on Fox News. Biden crime family pardons serve as a confession of their corruption. Biden pardons more people in his criminal clan and commutes sentence of Leonard Peltier. Op-ed from the former legislative auditor, Jim Nobles, what's the right number? And then finally, Mr. Chairman, 18 U.S. Code 666, theft or bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds, seems apt in this case. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just begin by making this plain. Credible fraud must be investigated and prevented. Every dollar that is stolen from public programs is a dollar that is taken from a child who needs care, a senior who needs food, or a family that is already struggling to make ends meet. Ms. Robbins, I want to just begin with a basic question, and please answer yes or no. When someone is convicted of defrauding the public, do you believe that they should be held accountable?
Yes.
So if we're serious about fraud, then we also have to be serious about accountability. Ms. Robbins, do you mind just expounding, what does accountability look like to you?
Okay, so we've got the press conference coming on.
Justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now. And justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want.
More protests?
Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIAN O''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Chief, thank you, Sheriff, thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor Farmer, the ICE officer stopped a position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen video, it's all over social media, that someone tried to help this lady and they were pointed guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot and ICE officers that pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking
So,
about.
Mayor, she wasn't driving she wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's following them or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation going forward, considering what just happened today?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them, that sort of thing?
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911,
yes.
What is the city's protocol
yes.
In these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7.
If somebody in a uniform points a gun at me, I put my hands up.
They are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need in this case?
I didn't hear the question.
Has there been any indication of the need
It's about to pop
shoot into the
off.
vehicle?
I don't know what's going on there, if that guy is a MAGA person or whatever, but he's about, where is the police? Why are there no police coming to this guy's aid? Why are they letting the mob go after him? This guy is standing on stage giving a whole bunch of BS answers, and this other guy who's got his hands up clearly is being chased off of a city street. And not a, you're telling me this entire area is being secured by police, and this guy's about to get his butt beat. I'm going to have to go to another feed because the powers that, oh my gosh, no cops. Let me go to another feed so they don't shut me down.
That the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need in this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were the children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If this shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So, obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner? Yeah.
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
One more
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more.
Sorry.
If that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Final piece. Yeah. Again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
All right, so there is a video that has been posted on X from a different angle, which I don't know if the car she goes, but all right, let me see if I can show it without, you can't really see everything here. Let me see if I can bring this. Hey, SV, is a white car the ICE officer? I don't know here. But anyway, here is the video of the actual, whatever you want to call it. And this was the block. The shots were just fired, and she goes, it crashes into a car. But the incident happened way back here where she drove through, right there. That's where it happened. You can't hear it because I'm not going to play it, but that's when the shots were fired, right then. So she did attempt to go through the ICE thing, and then when they popped her, she hit the other car. So it's pretty much cut and dry. I'm sure there's going to be more angles, but the mayor of Minneapolis just went on stage, lied his ass off, and basically he and the chief of police are trying to drum up even more protest, are trying to cause more problems. You need to get out there. You need to get, they want this. Well, you're going to get it. I mean, the video I'm seeing here, she most assuredly tried to drive into the ICE people. She tried to go through a roadblock. I don't see how, he's lying. He's lying. He never saw that video. If he saw that video, he would most assuredly know that, quote, the car seemed to just drive off. Well, maybe the gun just went off. I don't know. What, you guys are idiots. Let's listen to some more Fox. Did I turn them off? Wait a minute. I may not have their volume on. Hold on.
Back into the community, in that he purposely directs his law enforcement officers not to help ICE on the front end of any of these investigations. And so when ICE is there, outnumbered, as they often are, it's because the Minneapolis Police Department has been told to stand down, that you cannot help ICE. And so my guess is that come tomorrow or even later this afternoon, that you're going to see a 2 or 3-fold increase in ICE officers in Minneapolis to make sure that what occurred today doesn't happen tomorrow.
Chad, you have to. We have to. We have to, at this point, President Trump, put the gas on it. Put your pedal to the metal and just go for it. It's going to break loose. At this point, the Democrats are going to scream bloody murder. They're going to lie completely to people. One of the senators, excuse me, from Minnesota, she posted this. A U.S. citizen has apparently been shot by ICE agents in Minneapolis. I'm gathering information, meaning she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But the situation on the ground is volatile. ICE should leave now for everyone's safety. No. How about the people disperse and shut the hell up and obey the law? You're telling the police, you're telling the people who enforce laws, you need to go away because these people here deserve to wreak havoc. Unbelievable. SB just sent me the ICE vehicle was parked behind her car. She then accelerated into the agent. He then released 3 shots and then she crashed into that parked car. So they're lying. They are absolutely lying. I can't even fathom what these people are doing. Ashley said she sent a different angle. Oh, yeah, this one pretty much will show it. Oh boy, this is a different angle. It's already, even X put a graphic content warning on it, so I can't play it here because if X put a content warning on it, they most assuredly would shut it down here. Let me see. There may be a picture. Yes, we have a slow motion picture prior to the actual shot, so I can definitely show you this. And let's go here. So here is the perpetrator, the ICE agents. There are 2 of them. They're at her door, and she purposely tries to evade them. You see the guy in front of the car? There's a guy in front of the car. There's a guy on the side of the car. The guy in the front of the car takes the shots and takes her out. Case over. Done. Completely over. I may have to clip that. YouTube may not like it. We've been here for, 3.5 hours, and it's just, I could probably stay here for another 3.5 hours. I guarantee you President Trump is going to have something to say about it. I guarantee you that Tom Homan's going to have something to say about it. This is going to get pretty bad. I mean, pretty bad. So just to let you guys know, with so much going on, I still have a whole bunch of video I had stored up. I'll save it for tonight. I'll go live. I believe, Ashley, what time? We have a guest tonight. We have Alpha Warrior, perfect person to talk about. I think he's a former police officer as well. We're going to be talking to him at, hold on, let me just check here, make sure my time with Alpha Warrior is correct. What day is it? Today's Wednesday. All right, so I've got Alpha Warrior at 8 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go live at 7, take in some of this news and see where we are. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll do a quick jump over to Rumble where I can talk openly with Alpha Warrior. We're probably discussing some of that 17th letter stuff tonight as well because it's becoming more prominent, and he's all over that. So let me break now, go have some lunch, and watch what happens, because I think things are going to get crazy. I think things are really going to ramp up. They've left President Trump with no choice but to do the Insurrection Act. Maybe this is what the Democrats always wanted. Maybe they wanted to see this. Maybe they think it works for them. Maybe they've talked to one of these pollsters. Yeah, if the troops are in the street, it's really bad for the Republicans or something. I don't know. I don't even know how they could be wanting to see people get hurt like this, but this makes no sense whatsoever that anybody would be advocating for this. Crazy, absolutely crazy. All right, let me do these super chats and acknowledge. Oh, why can't I see this? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Things are going to get crazy. I'm going to eat lunch and keep watching television. All right, so let me talk to you. This is Fakovsky. Let's go. Oh, we're going to go. I think we're going. Demon of Cybertron. I'm tired of these effing hearings. Yeah, that's why I didn't really want to cover it. I knew people wanted to see it, but they're clown shows, and nothing is going to happen. Now we're going to see stuff happen. Now, this is what we're going to see. Pekowski, Muppet Show for grown-ups. Tinley, Robert De Niro regrets supporting for Madami. Too late, no refunds. Let's see here. Brian Newland, prove me wrong. I'll bet anything. Pete Buttigieg received participation trophy. Oh, yes, that's absolutely true. James Hammond, Democrats have been fighting natural law and they've lost. Yeah, especially what just happened. You try to run over ice ages. That's definitely trying to fight some natural law. Pekovsky, meatballs and mashed potatoes and sprouts. Carl, Margaret Brennan, who tried to grill Marco Rubio, her husband is Somalian. Really? I did not know that. Did not know that. Cutting edge. Remember this, guys. She says Trump wants to take out illegitimate regimes. Exactly. Kumast, K. Thomas, they must revamp the speech debate clause. Are you talking about Smith-Munt? Maybe that's something you're talking about. Kerry, nothing is going to stop what's coming. Not now. Now it's on. It's definitely on. Chiosop, 50-year mortgage where you own it and build equity better than Mandami's idea of community ownership where you will never own anything. Maybe new rule stops him. He won't be able to do it. They'll sue him. It won't go into place. And by the way, that was something I was going to cover. Now that woman who I featured last night, who was saying that home ownership is white supremacy, she's now, I don't feel that way anymore all of a sudden because now I'm with Mandami. You're using all these old videos against me. Why do you think he picked you? CR, don't speak for my state, Fry. Yeah, that was really bad. Hoden, Chiosop, F you, Fry. You caused us all for power and votes and money. STFU, soy boy, give him a tissue. Man. Minneapolis will be the turning point. I believe so. Here we go. James, that person in Minnesota is gone because she made a choice to FA and was given the opportunity. She could have stopped. At any time, she could have stopped. SWAT, this is Sweat. Send the military in now and lock up the mayor first and that police chief. He's a big boy. Let him feel some of that. Tim, Minneapolis is a spark that will light the fire. Here we go. Make sure you got your own pew-pews and ammo ready. Fazul, put the mayor in shackles. Agreed. My phone is going off here from notes. These people are FA. Insurrection Act, put this mayor in shackles. Mary says these people are FA by telling lies. And Sue says, hey, Barry, what are you going to cover after Trump is elected? Oh, thank you. I mean, you remember that, right? You remember people actually saying that to me. Yeah, the election's over. What are you going to be talking about? You know, things are going to slow down. And now I go ahead and build out this studio and I can't even keep clicking all this stuff. And Ashley's texting me and SV's texting me. Well, let me let you hear Paul Morrow talk before I run the after party, and then we'll be done.
That is now up in arms, for lack of a better word, and you have federal officials who are trying to describe a situation. Is it proper for the mayor of the city to come out with hot rhetoric like that, or should his goal be to calm things down in the community?
He's pandering, he's immature, he's in over his head, and that was an entirely unprofessional performance by a mayor. That is not the way to behave, not the way to comport yourself in a situation that remains murky. This is a point where you want to come out and be what Giuliani did, let's say, after 9/11, where your presence serves to calm everybody down, to have people feel like the adults are in charge. And then you begin the investigation and it goes where it goes. Let's say we even end up with a trial. Well, has he done something to taint the jury pool? He's a lawyer, by the way, came out as a civil rights lawyer and he was on the defense side of things. So, you know, it's unsurprising that he jumps right to where he jumped. But, you know, I got to tell you, the police chief here makes a statement, and I want to get it right. He said he wanted to congratulate, he thanked those who remained at the scene and remained peaceful. Now, I don't know if anybody else caught this, but literally while he was saying that, we were watching videos of other protesters scuffling with the ICE agents that remained at the scene. So I'm not so sure what it is that's going on with Minneapolis Police Department executive leadership here. But you got to say to yourself, at some point, somebody has to say, federal law does matter. We're not going to impede it. Get the worst of the worst out, and the problem goes away. But of course, we all know why they're not. It's a political decision. And in light of the Somali situation, I expect it only to heat up.
I mean,
Speaking of heating up, thank you, Ashley, for this post. You guys also know what's getting ready to go on with Greenland. This also happened just a short time ago. These Democrats are now threatening the military. Listen to this.
I served on active duty in the military for 4 years and then additional 21 years in the reserves. I was a JAG. There is absolutely no legal justification whatsoever to use military force against a NATO ally, against Greenland. And if any military member, including the generals on down to enlisted members, if any of them participate in the use of military force against Greenland without congressional authorization, they are following illegal orders. That's simply a fact.
Last one.
They've lost it. They've absolutely lost it. Gird your loins. Get ready, boys and girls. Shit's about to get be a bumpy ride here very, very soon. I said it last night, they have nothing. And when they have nothing to lose, that's when they become even more dangerous. And you can see it in their face. They know they have nothing. This is it for the Democrat Party. President Trump, despite the polls that some of these people are lying, despite people saying his ratings are down and MAGA is split, the only thing that's split is the Democrats, because they realize at this point they are they're throwing snowballs at people again. Oh my gosh, look at this crap.
Like adults, but I don't know what it is in that town, but they seem to be really short on adults, because some of the stuff that's coming out now, you just got to shake your head and say, how did Waltz, Keith Ellison, Jacob Fry, how did they let things get to where they've gotten in that area of the country?
Yeah, and as we see live on air, that a crowd has gathered, something was set on fire. So it seems to be fairly limited. Let's listen in just for a second to hear what's being said out there. So clearly the community up in arms about what has transpired over the last few hours. Our Mike Tobin is on the ground in Minneapolis. Let's go back to him. And Mike, do you have any more detail on how everything unfolded and what's going on in the aftermath?
Well, we're certainly watching that, but I want to start out with the fact that the mayor said he doesn't want to see a repeat of 5 years ago, hinting to the George Floyd riots, but then didn't do anything to diffuse the anger and emotion with the crowd that is forming here. Last time we were on the air with you, we said there were about 100 people. That has grown upwards of 300 now, and you can see they're burning objects out there, chanting fight, 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 among other things. But as far as the facts in the case, DHS says this is an individual who weaponized her vehicle, a 37-year-old woman. A federal agent fired 2 shots. We understand that she was struck in the head, declared dead at the hospital, but received mortal wounds here on the scene. Then you heard the mayor take the podium in a press conference and refer to the federal narrative, the idea that that federal agent fired those shots in defense of himself and his fellow agents, as a garbage narrative. Here's the mayor.
They're sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
Well, they censored his voice and put the beep. They didn't, the interpreter kind of gave them the middle finger on air. Oh, gosh. I can't. This isn't the America I grew up in. This is too much. Way too much. I'll see you guys tonight. I mean, I literally could sit with you here for hours, but I got to eat. Then I got to get ready for the show tonight. And SV and Ashley and Beth and Roaring Rage, they need a break as well. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Let me hear the rest of his report, and then we'll get out of here. I'll go directly to the after party.
Federal agents is that a violent situation or somebody getting hurt was just a matter of time. Back to you in New York.
All right, Mike Tobin, we'll get back to you again shortly with more news. Thank you very much. Let's bring back in our Fox News contributor and former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker. She joins us by phone. Nicole, jump back in here as we watch these crowds at the scene there in Minneapolis. I'd say clearly have over more than doubled just since we started the show at 1 o'clock Eastern.
All right, it appears.
Sorry about that, but I wanted to come back on because I didn't forget, I didn't see it because it didn't show up in the super chats, but I wanted to make sure I recognize that this super chat here by Faith Taylor, send in the troops. He is telling to hit the streets on a swivel. And thank you, Barry, and more. Thank you, Faith. Haven't seen your face around much, but thank you very much for that. I didn't want the day to go by because I go back afterwards. I try to see which ones I've missed, and I obviously missed that. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys this evening.
Thank you.